no. Oh no. It's not Text Adventure Tuesday. It's not Text Adventure Tuesday at all. It's FMV Friday. So hey everyone. So we're gonna do something different. I really love FMV games in particular. It's one of those things that I feel like was such a moment in gaming, and I just really love I think about sort of a lot of the initial times that I played video games, and it was like, I don't know, sort of like Dark Forces and like Mech Warrior and Command and Conquer and all these games where they just were like, no, we're gonna get actors. We're gonna get real actors, and they're gonna do real acting things. And like I was watching through earlier today, I watched through Retro Palace's initial, what is it? PlayStation Year 1. That's what it was. And one of the things that stuck out to me was like, oh well, they're all on, even on these like weird. I'm gonna start the soundtrack one more time. Even on these weird sort of like arcade games and things like that, they were like, no, we've got to do full motion video, like that's the way that it needs to be. And it kind of aligns with how people were, like Mortal Kombat and that kind of captured video, captured images that were then digitized. They really were trying all these different things because the technology was there. And it just kind of went away, even though like games like Inscription has full motion video, and all of this technology is still there and still like way better than, I don't know, I think most of what was possible then. So I don't know, all of that to say, full motion video is like super cool to me as a way to tell stories in video games that, I don't know, it's not as straightforward, I guess. So we are gonna play a game by an author that we've played before. He did Isle, which was one of the coolest IF games that I've played, mainly because it is a one command game. So I'm expecting a lot of things where you're playing with what the actual sort of like function of it. And so Sam Barlow, who also I found out did 2 Silent Hill games as well, and they are weird. They are weird Silent Hill games. I think I watched Marooney, of all people, play one, and it was so interesting because I'm like, yeah, this is the guy who did Isle. Like, of course it's gonna be a little weird. And they're like, no, I don't know what that is. Like, this isn't the Silent Hill that I like. It's like, oh, okay, cool. I'm also not a huge Silent Hill person, so like it not being a good Silent Hill game, that makes sense to me. So yeah, let's get started on this. I'm gonna try my best on this. It's supposed to be about 3 hours, and that to me is a good time. if we end up doing other stuff, maybe we'll do some other narrative games. Let's see how quick this goes. But yeah, let's check it out. So we're gonna see what this game screen looks like. So this is what. Oh no! Let's try this again. There we go. Don't capture the cursor. There we go. Now we can see it. That's much better. So yeah, so we're gonna see how this goes. I've never played this before. This is my first time getting anywhere farther than the first screen to test it in the streaming app I use. So let's start. And so things that I'm sort of expecting with this are like really using the form. This is what I saw. This is all I know. We have search terms, murder. So we've got a screen up. We've got you are logged in. Oh no! Why is it capturing my? That shouldn't be. Let's try one more time. Alright, well fine. Y'all can see my Twitch overlay. Oh no. How terrible. That's fine. So yeah, so we've got this kind of old style computer. We've got Cornerstone, which I guess is the program. It's DB344-A partial. You are logged in, auth guest. Enter query to access footage. We've got the logic database. And it's the Northeast Constabulary. And search term, murder. We got some settings. This is kind of interesting to me. So like obviously video subtitles gonna be on. But anti-glare filter that just takes off the like cool vibe that it has with the scan lines and everything. I want to keep that on for now. I kind of like the idea that we've got the harsh lighting and all that kind of stuff. Okay, no query history. Let's search for murder. We've got 4 videos. Let's watch one. User tags, blank. Let's add to session. Let's play it.
You think it's murder? I mean, clearly it's murder. What can I do to help?
Okay. Yes, we do think it's murder. That's not really that useful. Let's delete all user session data. I don't think that's... Oh, yeah. That's what we want to do. Oh, no, that's not what we want to do. Shoot. Yeah, it's okay. Glad we didn't get very far. But just kind of learning how this game's played. And as always, if you want to say hi in chat, please do. I will try my best to pay attention. Got everything up. All right, so let's search for murder again. So that was this first video.
You think it's murder? I mean, clearly it's murder. What can I do to help?
Okay, so she wants to help. And it's 6/27/94, and it's 8 p.m. So, all right, interesting.
Yeah, that's me. was months ago. What's that got to do with Simon's murder?
Okay. So the first video is in June of 1994. The second video is in July of 1994, a week ago. A week later, rather. So are these all in order? July 1st, June 27th, July 3rd.
I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person.
So, explicitly said, did not murder Simon.
I'd like to speak to a lawyer now. Please. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other, just that. Stories.
Okay. So, I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to search for different terms. Oh, we've got a couple of things. We've got a README, Introduction to the Logic Database. Computer technology is the backbone of modern police work. The Logic Database is one of the many continuing efforts to digitize our workflow and preserve evidence in a manner which will allow you to work more efficiently. In the coming years, the computer will continue to be the most valuable item in your crime-fighting toolkit. This database contains footage transferred from the existing homicide and serious crimes tape archive at Portsmouth. It has been automated sorted using our ASR technology. Each statement made by the interview participants is stored separately so they can be tagged for submission to court. The audio has been digitally stenographed and the content of the testimony is attached to each clip. To retrieve a clip, type a word, e.g. robbery, into the search field. Click search, and the database will return all clips in which the speaker uses that word. To narrow a search, use multiple words, e.g. robbery supermarket. If you were working from a printed transcript, it can be even more precise. Use inverted commas to search for an exact match against the entire statement. For example, yes, I was there. To store a clip for later reference, add to session. Also, if you wish to add additional tags of your own to help future searches, please click the user tags box and type in your desired tags. For any further assistance, please contact your department's Information Technology representative. Police Information Technology Organization. Okay. It's in the rubbish bin. Hack, info, and mirror game. Well, we'll check that out in a second. Really, readme.txt. Hey, here's the database. I filed a Freedom of Information form to get you guest access. Everything seems to work. They transferred the videos off the original tapes in 1999, and then the Y2K thing hit, and they got mothballed. No one has touched them since. I couldn't find the server with the detective's footage on. Maybe those tapes got damaged when the old archives were flooded in 97. But figured this would be enough. Take your time. SB. Alright, thanks SB. We got hack.info. This is GROCE, gross hack, G hack. Mirror game, cracker. One for the mums here, classic 2-player strategy for lunchtime gaming. And an awesome ASCII art. And like old school style ASCII art. Crack kind of thing. Cracks with class. So what the heck is this mirror game? Okay. I guess. I'm not totally clear why. But, okay. I don't know if this is like trying for some kind of verisimilitude or what. But, alright. I'm here for it, I guess. What happens if you finish the game? Man, Purple's getting killed in this. It's almost like a murder. Yeah, I don't think Purple's getting out of this one. Ooh, I don't know. All right, cool. That's mirror tiles. Okay, so there were a few things here that I pulled out. So I pulled out Simon and I pulled out Weapon. And I should probably pull out February as well, since that was the date of the murder. So let's start with Simon. It's probably a lot. Okay. 61 entries found. Access limited to first 5 entries. Well, let's all... Actually, no. Let me go back to murder really quick and just check these dates. Because I wonder if the dates are meaningful. So, 6/27. 7/1. And then 7/3. Okay. Let's just go to Simon. And it's the first 5 because there's 61 entries, so it only ever shows 5 at once. We got this nice chill vibe going. I'm gonna turn up that chill vibe just a little. I will try my best not to talk over things. This might be the longest thing. So 6/18. So this is before the first one's talking about murder.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work, mirror making, feature windows, artistic things, really beautiful things.
Okay, so he works at a glass shop.
Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. I bought a photo. They said I should bring a photo. This was taken last year on holiday in Rome. It's the best one I have.
Yeah, I mean, we all love a redhead.
It's the Rockington Arms, The Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with, and the barmaid they have in sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
So we got a couple of things out of that. We got the Rock, the Rockington Arms, which I guess is where he lives, or it's a pub. We have Helen, the bartender, and we have some guy named Peter.
Yes, there's an Amstrad one. No one uses it for very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays games, climb the tower, save the princess, that kind of thing.
All right. Well, there's a computer. It's an Amstrad. I think that's one of those British ones.
Simon isn't the type to run off or do anything crazy. Someone must have done something to him, or there must have been some kind of accident. So what do we do next?
So this is from before she knew that it was a murder case. But okay. Simon is definitely not going to be something that we can just search on its own. One answer for weapon, and it's one that we've seen already. Okay. What about February? So it's the only time a weapon she ever talks about a weapon is that one time where they say, "Oh, you don't have a weapon." So from that same day...
Well, I don't know. I probably had to pop out and get something. That's why I was speeding. And that wouldn't have been noted on my timesheet. But I really can't remember back to February.
So she was like late to work or something on that day? Interesting. I don't know if I got anything meaningful from that. There's 5 entries talking about glass. Ooh, we have so many days. So interesting.
No, he doesn't have any tattoos. He has a scar down here near his stomach, past his hip. Cut himself with some glass. That was before, a long time ago. He looks just like the photo. He's not got his glasses on here though. He takes them off with the camera. But he needs them to see properly, you know. He has to read a newspaper or a menu in a restaurant. Not book so much, or watching TV. He likes TV.
Okay, so we got a scar. So when's this day? 6:25.
It wasn't the present so much. It was one of those arguments that had been simmering for a while. The present was a mirror. A nice mirror. He'd engraved the glass, the kind of mirror a princess would have in a story. He made it specially for me.
Oh, what a sweetie. Oh, cool. So we have our query history right here. That's nice.
Well, on his clothes, that would make sense. He made it. By hand. I mean, he brushes the silver onto the glass. It's not how they make mirrors these days. I mean, he made the mirror. And he gave it to me.
Interesting. Oh, I love this. Like, the glare on this is super cool. Just like, definitely that way more immersive feeling that I kind of expected to have that like shimmer.
No. I've had enough coffee for today, thanks. Glass of water.
So I love that there's these little, I don't know, meaningless clips as well. So we got a few things out of that. I want to look up glasses. Okay, one new one.
His body did not real. And his throat. It looked like his throat had been cut. And I didn't see his glasses. He has these thick glasses. He doesn't always wear them.
Okay. Oh, there's one more. But access is limited to the first 5 entries, so we have to be more specific if we want that. Interesting. So, one more. Let's do silver. 3 entries. Ooh, new ones.
Yes, that would be in his wallet. It's a Visa, a silver one. He doesn't like to spend money he doesn't have, so he usually pays with cash. But Eric convinced him to get one.
We got a new name, Eric. That's interesting.
Silver leaf? No. He normally silvers them properly. This mirror, it's supposed to look antique. The reflection isn't as good. It's the perfect mirror for someone who doesn't like to look at their own reflection.
I want to watch that one more time.
Silverleaf? No.
So they
He normally
asked
silvers them
her
properly.
if
This
it was
mirror,
silver
it's
leaf.
supposed to look antique.
And
The reflection isn't as good.
so I
Perfect mirror
just
for someone who doesn't like to look at their own reflection.
I don't know. I and then just saying I don't, it's for somebody who doesn't like looking at their reflection, and then looking at the reflection. It just seems a little weird. So I don't know. That's interesting. He silvers them properly too. All right, nothing else about a visa. Let's see if there's anything else about this mirror. Ooh, we've got 11 entries. I wish we could think about what else would go with mirror.
My name is Hannah. Hannah. It's palindrome. It reads the same backwards as forwards. It doesn't work if you mirror it though. It's not quite symmetrical, but well, I mean, you get the idea. Sorry. Hannah Smith. I live at 31 Gladstone Street.
So, okay. She's such an interesting little character already.
The mirror. I can't remember. I put it somewhere safe. Upstairs, I think. I haven't looked at it since.
So, okay, that was on the 27th. And then this one where she looks at it is on the 30th. So they find the mirror pretty quickly. So it seems like maybe she's not lying about that. Oh, wait, there's more stuff here. What's DB checker? Oh, what does that mean? Oh, I guess that's all the ones that we've looked at already? Maybe in order? Okay. Okay. I can vibe with that. So actually, let's keep that DB checker up. Oh, and there's a clock. 6:16:22. This is almost interesting. Wonder why it's 6:16:22. Like, I thought it would be one thing if it was the actual time, but I don't know. Is that the actual time? No. Because it says it's like a little bit before. It's like 2:35. Okay. I don't know if that's meaningful or if that's just like some flash. Interesting. All right. Well, there's more about this mirror. We just can't find out what. Ooh, we have a bunch of entries about the throat. It looks like we've hit all of the days. So it looks like all of these interviews happened over the course of 6 days. And like 2 weeks.
On his throat. How? Like I said before, it was 3, something like that. I walked in, saw Simon. He was on the floor of the living room. His throat had been cut. There was a lot of blood. Yeah, he was dead.
Okay, whoa. What was that?
Her story is that she'd waited for him to come back. She put on my wig, some of my clothes, pretended to be me. They talked. She'd enjoyed being me. He said he wanted to be with me. Then he took out a present, another mirror, just like the one he'd given her earlier. That unique present. She went crazy, smashed the mirror. They argued, screamed. He hit her. So she grabbed a piece of the mirror and just swung it round. She cut his throat clean open. She'd only meant to scare him off.
Interesting. I don't quite know what I'm expecting there. Alright. Is this updating? Oh no, refresh. Yeah, okay, so that's keeping track of how many of the videos that we've seen. So what? Okay. So there was a lot there. But I think the biggest thing, at least for me, so we've got a bunch of names. So the biggest thing for me out of that was two things. So there's the wig and then the present. So, sure. Okay. Layouts. So there's a couple of things that we haven't really gone down. And I want to do that, I think, before I do the wig and the present. So let's start with the one that I think isn't gonna pull up anything. So this one, I'm gonna save that one. That one seems really interesting. Okay. So the only time that she ever talks about the Gladstone is that one time. Let's do Rockington. Only time she says the Rockington is that one time. Okay. So rock is its own thing. So yeah, let's see. 42 seconds.
So it was Friday evening. We had an argument. He left. On Saturday he didn't come back. I waited all day. He was supposed to go help Eric out with something on the Saturday afternoon. They had a job. He didn't show. So Eric was ringing on the phone. I checked at the Rock, that's our local. They said they'd seen him on the Friday night, but not since. He still wasn't back this morning. It just isn't like him at all. So Still not back by dinner time. It's getting dark again. So I decided to come and see you. His parents haven't heard anything either. Oh God, I don't know. I mean, I guess the Rock. You've spoken to everyone there. Someone must have seen where he went. I don't know. So many things could have gone wrong.
So one of the things that keeps popping up is that there's a lot of arguments.
No one has been in the last few weeks. We had a plumber come in 3-4 weeks ago. Someone summoned you from the Rock.
The plumber did it. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Let's start looking down. Let's just check about this plumber. Okay, the only time anybody says plumber is that. So let's start seeing what she says about some of these folks. Oh wait, one other pure noun. The Amstrad. Okay. Only ever mentions the computer once. Just making sure. So only mentions Helen twice. That's interesting.
No. I think he spoke to Helen. She said he was upset about her argument, but I'm not sure what else he said. He likes Helen. He likes blondes.
So he likes blondes, but... Peter's only mentioned once. What about Eric? 14. Eric is a big player here.
He was wearing a shirt, a blue turtleneck shirt and jeans. He has a watch. It's a really nice one. That was a gift from his boss, Eric. He had his coat, a long grey duffel coat, like Paddington Bear. He would have taken that with him. It's not in the house.
Okay. I mean, I do love that there's so many of these that are
yes, there's a
meaningless.
share of Cavalier and a van he uses for work. It's owned by Eric, but we look after it. Both of them are there now, parked in the street. I'm not sure about the keys for the van. I can look for you when I get back. Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close. They spend a lot of time with each other, especially when they have to go to conferences. Have you met his wife, Diane?
Heck yeah, new name. Yeah. Let's look up Diane. Ooh, 5 entries. Wait, why is there a guitar?
Diane is really nice. She helps out with the glaziers, organises the Christmas party, that sort of thing. They have 2 kids, really sweet kids. She used to look out for me when I worked there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Simon's watch. It was a gift from Eric. He got it this year. It was a wedding anniversary gift. Steel. It would have been Diane who chose it. She has really nice taste. That time, you must eliminate me. I was in Glasgow then.
Oh, Glasgow. Huh? Glasgow, I see.
Not really. He would go to the pub. He had his drinking buddies there, but no one ever really came back to the house. Sometimes Eric, his boss, and his wife would come over for dinner. That would be us returning the favour. Diane is a really good cook. Into her trendy ingredients. And the last time Simon cooked something off MasterChef, he got the recipe off Ceefax, and I did my Lloyd Grossman bit, commenting from the sidelines. I had to find fennel from the supermarket. Have you ever eaten fennel?
Okay. Hey, I got an achievement. That's good.
Simon and Eric arguing? No, I can't imagine they'd be arguing. And they get on so well. Unless it was something to do with work. Maybe Simon was being too much of a perfectionist. But I don't know. You should ask Diane.
So, man, this guy has a lot of arguments. He has an argument about arguments with his girlfriend, arguments with well, I'm assuming this is his girlfriend. Maybe it's not. Arguments with his other girlfriend, I guess. So, speaking of that other girlfriend, let me put a pin in that just for one more second. I'm so fascinated by this like list of nouns. All right. So there's a couple more things. So let's start with this van. All right. All right. Never mentions this van again. Okay. What about Ceefax? Wish somebody was around to tell me what Ceefax was. Okay. Let's do Glasgow. Ooh, there is a lot. 10 entries about Glasgow.
I got in the car and I drove. I just kept driving north. Just kept going, just wanted to get as far away as I could. When I finally stopped, I was all the way up in Glasgow. I was so tired. I just had to sleep.
I love the background noise on this too. This is so I find it funny. So like I went on this rant to start that was all about, you know, kind of older games and like how ridiculous they are. Older FMV games, and I think this in particular is a great like inversion of the what that kind of like ridiculousness could be. So I don't know. I really like that. I like that it's maybe a bit more serious, more like looking for something interesting.
Yes.
In the form.
I got to Glasgow. I was exhausted, so I pulled over and slept in the car. I woke up because a rubbish truck went past. I got some petrol, bought a coffee and a pastry, tried calling someone from the payphone, and then headed back.
Hey, y'all remember payphones?
No, I don't think so. Glasgow was deserted that early in the morning.
So she doesn't really have like a real alibi. She just kind of like drove up there.
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted. The streets were empty. I was driving badly. And I hit a taxi. Not a big crash, just paintwork. The guy was so pissed off because I didn't have a driving license on me. But when I told him I was pregnant, he made sure I got to the hospital so they could check me out. It was fine. The hospital must have details when I was looked at. There's a scratch on the car.
So that's interesting. That's interesting. So she does have something. So let's want to come back to what's going on with pregnant and hospital. But there's 3 other words that like kind of wigged me out. Speaking of being wigged, what was that about a wig? Whoa, why are there so many things about wigs?
A wig? You mean, but what type of wig? No, I've never worn a wig. What kind of wig?
I've never worn a wig.
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
Have you looked at the cat flap? What? There's a cat?
No. The parents decided there would be a wedding. And after the wedding, Hannah moved in with his parents. There was no way I could follow. So we were separated again. I stayed in the attic. It was hard. It's like I suddenly didn't exist. I would sneak out, but in case anyone recognized me, I started wearing a wig. Hannah and I would meet up in the park. I was trying to get pregnant. But I couldn't. I couldn't do it with anyone we knew, so it was sex with strangers. Drunk guys I'd met in clubs, in parks and alleyways. I was 17. It felt like I was being punished. But it was Hannah who had betrayed us. I had to stop when one of the guys gave me an STD. When we met up, it was disturbing. For the first time, my reflection, she didn't look like me. She was fatter, flushed. If anything, I was getting skinnier. I found it hard to look sometimes. We talked about what to do. Was it time to become our own people? That seemed like the right thing to do, but neither of us wanted it. We agreed that her and Simon would get their own place as soon as possible, and then I could move in. And that was the plan.
Absolutely what? So wait, she's not Hannah?
This was about 9. I went round and she was waiting for me. She was furious and so angry, the kind of anger you can only have towards yourself. We screamed at each other, argued, cried, we fought. I hit her back, left a bruise. I had my wig on from performing and she tore it off. Eventually, we grew tired of fighting and I left.
Okay. So that's not Hannah. So Hannah is actually Simon's girlfriend. And this is not Hannah. Not Hannah wears a blonde wig sometimes to be not herself. Fortunately, I can understand liking that. But let's see present. So this hospital, this pregnancy, that's its own weird thing too. Because it sounds like she didn't actually go to Glasgow.
It was my birthday, like you said. We were going to have a meal at home. We had our meal. He gave me his present. I guess I didn't like the present. From when I woke up. Okay. I woke up. Simon was already up and he made me birthday breakfast of eggs Benedict. We both had to go to work, so we saved presents till later. I got to work, had some birthday cake, children sang me happy birthday, then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway, and Simon gave me his present, which I didn't mind. And after that, we talked about the baby. It turned into a big argument. Simon left. I was furious. I wanted to get as far away as I could and get some space to think. So I left.
So okay, June 27th, she's still sticking to her alibi. By the 3rd, she's broken that completely.
About 8 years back, it was a present to myself. I shouldn't even be drinking coffee with the baby. It's been hard trying to give it up. I think they say you can have 1 cup.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just like staring off into space, being like, "What do you mean? Is she pregnant now? I mean, she would be pretty far along if she was pregnant in February when the murder happened." Wild. Okay. No. This is... So, this guy definitely has a lot of arguments. 9. We only have 3 right now.
There's no couple stuff. A stupid argument, nothing specific. No one knows how to push your buttons better than those you're close to. No. I mean, yes, we have arguments, but he never runs off. He always comes back. We make up. It's always that way.
So, like, what? I was so confused. So, like...
Yes. He left after the argument. It was about 8 o'clock.
Wait, is that, like... Let's go back.
Yes. He left after the argument. It was about...
Is that like a bruise on her face? Or is that just... I don't know. It's so interesting. So looking at this database checker, we're definitely making progress. I do like that as like just a mechanic. Just go, hey, have you seen all the things? But like what happens where she like totally has this break? What was this first one again?
Her story is that she'd waited for him to come back.
Right. Okay. So there's 4 more entries where she talks about an argument. All right, let's look at this hospital. Like when? Okay.
Ask the hospital.
Oh, okay.
I don't see how it's hard. We've established I was in Glasgow when he was killed. You've spoken with the hospital.
So she hit a taxi, right?
A police station. Yeah. When I was young, we ran away on my birthday. Bob Dylan was playing in London and we thought we could break into his tour bus and have him take us with him. The taxi driver we paid to drop us off, I mean, we'd saved money, pinched a bit here and there to pay for the fare. He was suspicious because we were so young, so he told the police. So they came and picked us up and took me back to Portsmouth. My mum picked me up from the station. But I blamed everything on my friend Eve, so my parents let me off.
Okay, so Eve might not just be a name, to be fair.
Well, my friend Eve. I mean, she was a friend from when I was a kid. And she was always more popular with the boys, and I used to hate her for it. I mean, really hate her sometimes. Yes. We'd fight. We fought on the beach once, and I held Eve's head underwater. There was no one else around. It was at the far end of the beach, and I held her head under, and I kept it out. And for a moment, I just wanted to kill her and watch her drown. But that was it. It was just a moment. We made up after. It was a love-hate relationship.
Okay, so this lady's not Hannah is not all that innocent. So maybe, oops, she did it again.
What are you doing talking about Eve?
So I was on jury duty doing like grand jury. That is like very common. They just let the video run when people are in the room, just see what they say to themselves. That's just interesting. That's again like the biggest thing that I've gotten out of this. Like Sam Barlow in general is like really, really good at doing things with form, doing things with like, gosh, like with narrative that are interesting.
My mother called me Eve.
So is she creating personalities? My mother called me Eve. So yeah, so something definitely happens before the third. Wild. Okay. Wild. Alright, let's look up pregnant and pregnancy. Ooh, we've got 10 entries.
I got pregnant. Both our parents had a big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And they decided we should get married.
Wait, I searched pregnant.
I got pregnant.
Oh.
Yes, I'm fine. I won't be sick again. This happens some days. I'm pregnant. It's morning sickness. No. Well, yes. You found out on my birthday. I told him I was pregnant. It's Rapunzel. The story starts when she's born. Mother Gothel, a witch, takes Rapunzel from her parents and keeps her locked up in this tower. Rapunzel gets pregnant by the prince, and Mother Gothel is furious, so she cuts off her hair and throws it. Actually, her hair's already short here, so that's already happened. So she throws her into the wilderness, and Rapunzel is reunited with the prince, who's blind, but she kills him with her tears, and so it's a happy ending. Is that too much?
So little bit of cross promotion if you want to have some more fairy tale content. We did the 2021, I think, spring thing, best in show, fairest. Totally one of the best IF games I have played. I can't say more good things about it. One of the things that my co-host J-Ram did was also read a bunch of Anne Sexton poems. So that's kind of interesting. So it also, so that opens up kind of another way to handle this stuff, like changing tenses and types of words. So like going from pregnant to pregnancy, I got 2 more entries.
Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back. Me and Simon. Felt like going back to old ways before the pregnancy. Reminded me of being a girl, a dollhouse in the attic, old things. We didn't sleep in my parents' bedroom for a long time. We decorated it as soon as we moved in, but it was another year before we started sleeping there.
Okay.
Hannah had a miscarriage. This was late in the pregnancy and it left her infertile. Felt like the universe had corrected its course. We were aligned again. But Hannah and Simon were still living with his parents. They were married. Simon had a job at the Glaziers now. Eric had given him a full-time position after he left school. And then
So I'm running out of new information, really. I've got one more with birthday. And then I think the only other... Oh, interesting. So she talks about Rapunzel a lot. Guess all in one day, mostly.
Sorry. The picture, the way it's drawn, just reminded me of the books we used to read as children. I read those fairy tales over and over, and they were so real to me. Rapunzel was my favourite. My brain is just full of it. How many of these in colour? Did I pass? Sorry, I messed it up with all that Rapunzel stuff. Do you need me to do that card again?
So what, did they give her, like, a psych test or something?
Could the hairs have come from somewhere else? I mean, could they... We have a lot of dolls in the attic. There's a Rapunzel doll with long blonde hair. Could they have come from there?
So that's definitely referencing the... That's definitely referencing the wig. Long blonde hair.
We were obsessed with fairy tales. Not just the pretty, pretty ones, but the traditional ones. They were dark and real, bizarre and violent. Felt like life. We had this huge old book that I think Mum must have bought from a library sale. The illustrations had thin tracing paper over them to protect them. They were in colour, shiny plates. At the front of the book was an index of illustrations. We read that more than the actual stories. We'd read aloud the captions and flip between the pictures. There was something intimate about peeling back the tracing paper and dressing the pictures. Rapunzel's hair is cut. The eagle plucks out his heart. The princess pricks her finger.
Yeah, okay. So one of the things that they keep referencing in different ways is the attic. So like they have dolls in the attic. She lived in the attic. So let's see, 12 entries. So we have 3 here.
I'm not sure where the dollhouse came from. I don't know if it was given to them or they inherited it. I mean, they wouldn't have had the money to buy it. It was so huge. It must have been taken up to the attic in parts and then reassembled up there. It's a beautiful thing. Wallpaper to scale, little furniture, the lights work, mirrors, beds, big duvets and pillows. We spent hours and hours playing in it, invented all these characters and families who lived there. We wrote paperwork for them all, passports, diaries, and gave them all really elaborate stories. Once, a moth got trapped in there. We'd left a light on. It was making the most horrendous noise. We tried to kill it, but it was tough. We ended up crushing it under a copy of the Arabian Nights.
Oh, okay. What else do we have here? We still have the 2 here, so let's...
Yes. I read a lot as a child and watched lots of TV. Then the doll's house we had, we still have in the attic. It's kind of a fairy castle. We used to play up there and make up our own stories.
This is so interesting. I'm so stoked to check these
She
games out.
recognised me from the window. She told me to come inside, and she hid me. They had made the attic into a place where Hannah could play. There was a dollhouse. She hid me up there. No one else ever went into the attic. It was her place.
Okay.
Mum and Dad had never had any reason to notice. They were always busy. If Hannah was eating a lot, they didn't mind. She didn't put on any weight. That girl has a healthy appetite. If they heard us talking in the attic, they just thought it was Hannah playing one of her games, and that Eve was our imaginary friend. Once, she was already up and dressed and ready to go to school, and I snuck down for a piss. Mum saw me in my underwear, she went mad. Get dressed this instant! So I ducked into our bedroom, and seconds later, out came Hannah, dressed and ready. My mum was amazed.
Yeah, so this is definitely like some kind of
The legal stuff was
split
completed very
personality
quickly.
thing.
Hannah moved back in with Simon. Eric gave Simon the week off to help with the move. He decorated, modernised wallpaper, curtains. Hannah insists the attic be left as it was, dollhouse and all. Simon never went up there. It lasted about 6 months. I tried to carry on, but everything was different. Hannah insisted I not pretend to be her around Simon, let alone sleep with him. We didn't share him like the others. The rules had changed. Me living in the attic had become weird in a way it hadn't been before.
So and I'm sorry that I'm just stammering my way through this. I'm just utterly baffled. So if she is also Hannah, and like just the different, this white shirt, sorry, ground floor apartmenting. Like this white shirt Hannah is so much more, is such a different character than the other ones.
When beautiful people died, we always felt like it was a sign. You remember Princess Grace Kelly? She died in a car crash the year before we met Simon. We used a Ouija board to speak to her, and that gave us the power to find him. That's what we thought then. That people who died tragically leave some kind of magic behind. We used to share dreams. We used to wake up and write them down in our diaries immediately and compare them.
What?
Hannah was so smitten with Simon. She started getting jealous, didn't want to share. Even the first date, we went to see Tom Cruise at the Old Odeon. We both went, kept changing places in the toilet. We only had one best dress, so we had to keep swapping clothes. Must have thought we had terrible bladder problems. The next date, it was my turn. At the end, I let him kiss me, but that was it. We didn't want another card on our hands, and the Ouija board had said to hold back. After that, it was Hannah's turn, and she slept with him. Broke the rules. Deliberately broke the rules. She wanted to be the first to sleep with him. I mean, that's when she got pregnant. From that one time.
Who is Carl? See, this is the thing, and I think this is a real strength of like how this narrative is being presented, where you're gonna pick up on certain things and then want to go down that path. And I think it aligns with sort of like the whole general concept where, you know, okay, we're just trying to figure this out, but like we don't unless I missed something, I don't think we have, like, there's been no information as to, like, what the heck is going on here.
Was he my first? No need to be so coy. No, he wasn't my first. That would have been Carl. He was a local boy in a band. He was a bit of a shit. But he was sexy. We were 15. No, I was 15. Carl was older. 17, I think. I was really into him, regardless of how he actually behaved. Lots of drunken teenage sex. We did it in a church once. Stupid. So he got tired of us and we split up after about 6 months. It was sad, but those early experiences, they help you realise who's really important to you, you know? Family.
All right, Vin Diesel.
Family.
Family.
So, Carl fucked off, and then there were other boys here and there, and then Simon. Differences? She's a better driver than me. She passed the test for us. I tried to take it and nearly crashed the car. Learned that you can't rely on confidence to get you through everything. She is the shy one. She was especially shy around boys. If Hannah liked a boy, I would have to pursue him. It was that way with Carl. Hannah met him first. She had such a crush. I let him take my virginity after a night that his band had played at. It got difficult. When I was with Carl, we would have sex, but Hannah couldn't let him see she was a virgin. She had lots of excuses. After a while, we decided that I should take Hannah's virginity. It's not that different to a bruise, pulling a tooth, a graze. We used a hairbrush. After that, we took it in turns, though I was always the one who seduced the boys. Until Simon.
Okay. Probably should have marked this as 18 and up. Oh god, it is not 1985. Her story was 2015. Forgot to update that. That's alright. That's alright. We'll just update that title. There we go. I don't know what. Okay. Yeah. So actually I never searched just her name. So maybe this will give us some answers.
Yes. My name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry.
What?
Yes. My name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Okay.
Across the road, where my parents first lived there, was a midwife called Florence. When Hannah was born, I was born at the same time. The midwife was there to help. I'd been throttled by the cord, probably wrapped around my neck by Hannah. The midwife told my mother I was dead. But I wasn't. She wrote all this stuff in a diary. Amazing what people will admit to on paper. Yeah. I've been round to Doug and Eleanor's and they're very worried. I feel sorry for them.
So I'm now no longer writing down anything. I'm just following my nose as I go at this point. So she talks about Florence. So this is the interesting thing, you know, like, would
Florence took me home with her. Mother hadn't been expecting twins and had a healthy baby. I guess she was just happy for Florence to clean up. Take away the evidence that this was anything but a happy occasion.
Well, what? Yeah, so I think just this slow exploration is kind of the way to go, and that, you know, it's kind of interesting. This is actually a lot like Isle, in the sense that you're like kind of just searching for single threads to pull at. You know, in Isle, like, you ended up talking about like the Naki and you know, you like Italy and all of that. This is actually very much like Isle now that I think about it.
Florence raised me in her home. I never left it. She kept me out of sight. It wasn't odd for people to see a midwife with a baby, carrying in supplies, washing nappies, that sort of thing. I never knew any different. I grew up looking out of my window and seeing her across the road. I thought it was like a reflection in the mirror. She was me. Florence was a warm, kind person. But she was broken, I guess. When I found her diary, I also found a biscuit tin with other stuff in it. Older papers, letters, that kind of thing. Her story wasn't there. I never really spoke to her about it. I was far too young to really understand, I guess. I just put it together later, once I was older. She had loved children, planned to have a large family, but her husband died in the war. And that was back when you married for life. She never felt like she could marry again. Isn't that strange? She was a widow from her 20s. But, I mean, I guess it was different then. You know, you married for life and she felt she could never marry again. I guess it was harder, a war widow. One of the dead. I don't know, maybe there was more to it than that. I don't really know.
So, okay.
No, it was just me and her. Eve was the name they were going to call their first child. They talked about it and were going to try when he came back. Florence's family had a history of firstborn girls, so they were convinced it was going to be a girl. It's hard to know if this is all true. These are stories I remember, that I read when I was a child. Maybe I misread, maybe I misunderstood. Sometimes it's hard to remember what happened last week.
Ah, yes, inverted commas. Okay. So we've seen all the ones where she's used that phrase, her story. Let's see about diaries. Cool. We got a couple diaries here.
No, he doesn't keep a diary. That's my thing. I've kept one, well, as long as I can remember, since I was a girl. Helps make sense of my day. And when you're forced to put something into words, it just gives you perspective. Everyone's on the same page. When I was 8, Mother died. She slipped down the stairs. It was an accident. I had read a diary at that point and I knew she wasn't my real mother. So I burned the diary that day and I left. Walked out and across the street.
So her mother just dies? Well, her not mother? What?
Just became our way of life. We would swap places and take it in turns to do things. And we were very careful. Whoever had been out that day would come back and write a detailed diary so that we were on the same page. We had a list of rules that said what we could and couldn't do in any given situation. It was exhaustive. We lived a second life through those rules. Rules for things that could only ever happen inside our imaginations. We would consider all the permutations of future events and agree rules to walk our way through them.
So again and again, like this is very, very much so sort of just let's keep pulling at this thread. Let's keep like looking at this.
Okay, she's being chased. They're trying to catch her because she did something bad. I guess she broke the rules. Or maybe they think she did something bad. Maybe it wasn't her fault. She looks scared, not guilty. Maybe it was mistaken identity. Did they catch her there? I don't know.
So maybe can we do picture, photo?
Yeah, we were 17. It was a nice wedding, people said. Simon looked very handsome in the photos. His parents paid for everything, but he's an only child, so it was important to them. It was what they called a shotgun wedding, but if you looked at the photos, you couldn't tell. The dress was beautiful. It looked like Princess Diana's. The train wasn't quite as long, though. There's a great photo of the bridesmaid helping to carry it out of the car.
So let's refresh. I mean, maybe we've seen half the clips at this point. Okay, never says hello. Wait, there's Dave. Did I search Dave? No. Trying frantically to read my own notes. Maybe it's Dane? No.
At the time they said it was poison. Food poisoning.
Poison?
And I felt so guilty. If I'd still been at home, maybe I could have done something. I don't know.
Poison? Man, my poor, my poor captioning doesn't... It's like, you'd never say the word poison.
I got a job to contribute, you know. Doug knew someone and I got a job as a dinner lady at the primary school. They said it didn't matter if I could cook or not, just don't poison the kids. So you see, it's always been complicated between me and Simon. It's never just been the two of us, there's always been pressure.
Yeah, because you're pretending to be someone else, or pretend to be someone else. I'm just, this is wild.
I got a job to contribute.
So there's Doug, there's primary school. Doug and school.
It's never just been the two of us.
And pressure. So we got a name. Okay.
I hoover, I dust every week. Maybe less. I once asked Eleanor how often I should dust, and she said, if people ask, tell them you do it once a week, but every few weeks is okay. I think she was just trying to make me feel better. I mean, when I was there, she was hoovering every day. You know, ran an ordered house. You know how that generation is, putting on a brave front. She has secret stashes of cigarettes. Doug doesn't even know she smokes. When I was there, I saw her. She has these sort of porcelain vases, ornamental, next to the Reader's Digest books. Cigarettes inside. And she still has them. I mean, last time I was there, I looked in a vase. There was a fresh pack. I mean, all those years of marriage, and she still has a secret like that.
Wait a minute. She's got a short sleeve shirt on here. She's got...
Yeah. I've been round to Doug and Eleanor's and they're very worried.
She's got a short sleeve shirt on here. What? Let's go back to this.
Yeah, that's me.
So she's got a not fresh tattoo.
Okay, that was months ago.
Right below.
What's that got to do with Simon's murder?
Right there. Wait, are these two different people?
Yeah. I've been round to Doug and Eleanor's and
I
they're
mean,
very worried.
okay. What if these are two different people?
Okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I had to park down the end of the road. Walked up, knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag and unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. You can tell because the key doesn't turn when you try to turn it to the left. I walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes in the shoe rack. I shouted out. I walked straight into the kitchen because he usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper, but he wasn't there. I touched the kettle, it was cold. I looked quickly in the living room, nothing. So I walked upstairs to the bedroom and he wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. I had a shower. The phone rang whilst I was in the shower. I didn't answer it. I think it was Eric. Then I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, though I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. This time I spoke to him. Then I called Doug and Eleanor. And then I decided to come and see you. That enough?
So wait.
1984 was an awful year in the end. We were living at Doug and Eleanor's. I lost the baby at the end of spring and my parents died in the summer. It was a hot summer, a heat wave. So when they discovered the bodies, it was just awful. Because of the circumstances, them dying together like that, they brought in a lot of police. A forensic entomologist. I had to look that up. It was because of the heat. It was just awful.
So let's talk about Eleanor. I mean, so these definitely are two different people then.
I speak with Eleanor at least once a day. Not that there's anything much to say. It's more just...
Yeah, I mean... Nice. We can search curse words. We can be naughty boys and do that.
Yeah. They'd gone to bed feeling ill, thinking it was flu or something. The neighbour called me. I had to use my key to let them in. We found them dead in their bed. And they'd been there for days. No one had noticed. Just awful. It was so soon after my miscarriage. The worst year of my life. I'd been so happy to get married, and after that it was just like, fuck. No, I'm okay. Fuck.
Alright. I don't know if this is necessarily the most useful.
Can I leave? Are you going to arrest me? No. They'd laugh you out of the building. A lawyer would make mincemeat of you.
Interesting.
Are you arresting me? No. Fuck off. Open this door. Like I said, I think I was popping out to get something, ran out of something, had to grab something. I sometimes drive too fast. If you want, you can arrest me for that.
Oh wait, we already watched this one.
This is a nice of them. Is this where you take people when it's time to arrest them?
Yeah.
Yes. No lawyer. What are you going to arrest me for? Can you arrest someone who doesn't exist?
Yeah, so but I mean, this tattoo thing has got me like completely busted.
So I moved out. Got a small bed sit. Got my tattoo to mark the occasion. I was singing in a bar in the evenings, so I had some money, enough money to cover my rent. And I've been doing something similar ever since. I haven't put down any roots. I don't exist.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, my tattoo. I got it to express my individuality. It's an apple and a snake.
Yeah.
He saw me singing one of my shows. Pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing there. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. I knew who he was. Obviously I knew who he was. But he didn't know who I was. He was fascinated by the likeness. He guessed my name from my tattoo. Told me it was a palindrome, like that would impress me. I enjoyed talking to him. It was amazing to be able to sit and interact and talk to him after all this time. He didn't tell me he was married. I'm not sure what he was thinking. He later told me it was like he was dreaming. A waking dream.
This is such like a meditative little game too. It's not, I'm not like a lot of times with the text adventures, it comes off because you're like deep in a puzzle and you're trying to figure things out, where this is just kind of slowly washing over me in kind of the same way as some of the like walking simulators I like to play, which I've played a few. I played what was that one, Dear Esther, and I think I'm gonna collect some smaller walking simulators that I have, play some of those later. That'd be fun. But that's kind of the vibe on this, so it's just very like, alright, search something, click it, let's like watch it. It's kind of nice that I don't have to read all this. I think this would actually work as a text adventure of sorts, but I think this really does. So the actress in it, I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. Of course, it doesn't have it right there, but I think this is super, super interesting. And like, if we look at the database checker, we definitely have, there's one volume missing and I don't know why. But other than that, like, I think we've got like the parts of the whole story. I'm curious what I'm supposed to be looking at. I love this. All right, let me keep going. In looking for the name of the actress, just on the Steam page, I found a review that was just like scathing, that obviously just like didn't get what was going on. Which is fine. I think that's one of the things about like purely narrative games. So like, I would even struggle. I mean, there's the interactive element of doing search terms. I would be curious if I would even consider this a game. And like, having played like different interactive fiction, like even parser fiction, like the first game that J Ram and I played together, Babel. Like, that was such a linear story, and yeah, there, you know, it was out of order in a way, but I think this has. I'm just curious about like what I'm supposed to be doing here, other than letting this story wash over me. Which is fine in and of itself, but I'm curious if there's an additional thing other than finding all of the videos. If that's the only thing. Like, nothing. Okay. So yeah, okay, fair enough. I just, I'm just so intrigued by all of this. Oh, player 2 won this time. Maybe not. Nope, player 1 won again. Okay, well, whatever. That was just me thinking out loud. Alright, so we've done... So that review actually brought up something where, like, there's just single yes and no videos, but I'm curious if maybe, 35 different answers.
Sure. Yes, of course, if that would help. Will you phone the house to let me know when you want to come round? Then I can make sure that I'm there. Coffee, thanks. No sugar. I'm sweet enough as it is.
Might help if I could spell coffee. So it definitely is kind of this...
Coffee, I guess. Milk and sugar.
Yeah, so... But I mean, it... What is chit chat? Chit chat? How's it going down there? You done? Can I type? Hello? Alright, no. Why are you talking about Maybe I have too many things open? No, don't quit this logic session. I want to enter a message. Let me type. Who's SB though? What is chit chat? What? Okay. So okay, yeah, fairy tales.
And the Glaziers. I worked there some weekends and Simon had a part-time job there too. That was Eric's generosity. He was always good at helping out other people's children. Simon was quiet, more thoughtful than the other boys. Even then, he had a sense of craftsmanship. Wasn't always rushing stuff. Boys that age are just running around like headless chickens most of the time. Yeah. Plus, he had that look. He looked like a fairy tale prince from one of my books.
Mm-hmm.
Simon never cheated on me. He was devoted to me, and I was devoted to him. Nothing in life is easy. We were good to each other. Life isn't a fairy tale. You do what you can. Well, she wasn't my real mother, but she raised me. Do you want to hear the story? It's a real life fairy tale. Fairy tales. Stories about lost princesses, evil witches, magical mirrors and lost children. So you see, even before I knew the truth, I'd found it in those stories.
So, I mean, how many even do we have here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 24. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 240. 11 and some change. So I wish I could type back on chit chat. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to be. I wish there was like something here.
bruise. I have a really fast metabolism, so stuff like that just comes and goes. I don't know if there's much more that I can tell you that I haven't already told the other policemen. I found the body. I thought it maybe sounds suspicious. It's not a normal thing to do, to drive to the other end of the country. I wanted to keep it simple. I know it was stupid not to tell you everything. Saying I spent the night in Glasgow when my husband went missing, I thought it would, distract you from what was important. It's different now. Now he's... I sleep on the right side of the bed as you come in from the door. You can tell because I have 2 pillows and he just has one.
So at this point, I think I've found most of, the major nouns. I mean, there's still the dollhouse stuff.
There were always princes and princesses.
And then
They were special people, more important than the other characters in their stories. We knew we were like that. Twins. Magical. We were the princesses. We had a poster of Princess Diana from the newspaper up in our attic. Had a pride of place. And underneath we used to put all our special things. When her engagement was announced, we were obsessed with everything she did. And later, when her life went so bad, we felt for her. Her divorce last year just kind of drew a line under things.
We all stand Princess Diana.
It's like I told you before, I drove. I took the car and drove. I don't have my own car, but I have a spare set of keys. I just drove north. I wanted to think, put some space between me and them. Everything I told you before is true. I stopped at Glasgow. I was tired, exhausted. I pulled out and I hit a car. My car was okay, but I was worried about the baby, so I went to A&E to get the okay. Everything was fine. Slept in the car. When I woke, I tried to call Hannah from a payphone. She wasn't answering. And then I decided to drive back. I had decided that she was more important to me than Simon.
So, so if these are 2 different people, then we're talking about... So if these are 2 different people, one of them can drive. Basically, one of them exists. Because she said, oh, I don't have my driver's license. What if she doesn't have a driver's license because she doesn't actually, exist?
It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Simon's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there, about the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff we never needed, and I never had the heart to throw out. And I suddenly remembered that when I'd looked down there the week before, those boxes, that pile was in the wrong place. I went cold all over. I went down there with a torch and went straight to the back, and that's when I saw the bin bags. pulled them open, saw the body. I screamed, and that's when I called the police. When will the police let me back in the house? And they let me take a bag of clothes with me, but they said it was food poisoning. There was something in the food they ate. My dad liked to pick mushrooms, grow them too. They said it was the mushrooms. It was hard to believe. Death caps. They have a skirt around the cap. My dad taught me that. But, the police had no reason to think it was suspicious. They lived alone. And no one had any reason to hurt them.
Yeah, I just keep finding all these little threads to pull on. And I do love it, but does she talk about mushrooms anymore? She does.
No. The whole thing was wrong. The bags, I think they were from our kitchen. You can probably check that. We never go into the cellar. It's just a place we put things we don't need. Dad used to grow mushrooms there. The bags were taped up. I think it was parcel tape, but I think it was ours. I was living in the attic. It was a very hard time. I was depressed, was still pretty sick of the STD. When I came down one morning, they were dead. They were in bed and both had been sick. They'd thrown up a lot. And I'd slept through it. The police said it was the mushrooms they ate. Dad was a mushroom expert. He used to take us picking with him and he taught us how to recognise them. And there's no way he would have picked death caps. But the police believe that's what happened. They never even looked in the attic.
Yeah, this whole mushroom subplot. Did she kill the parents?
Really? Okay. Here's the rest. They laid a body on the doctor. Oh, the wind and the rain. Till a fiddler with a fiddle came walking by. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made a fiddle bow of her long hair. Oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, he made a fiddle bow of her long blonde hair. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made fiddle pegs of her finger bows. Oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, he made fiddle pegs from her finger bows. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Oh, the wind and rain. The sound could pierce her heart of stone. Oh, the dreadful wind and that the fiddle could play was all the dreadful wind and rain.
What is
Anything you sing
going
with you
on?
is evidence against you.
What was that? What? Why? Why is she singing? Why? So let's put these in order since I can do that. 7-1. 7-3. 627. This is also 7-3. It's 1203. So this one goes here. Goes here. 627. 7-1. 7-3. 7-3. Okay, we'll come back to that.
Can you imagine? I tried. I tried to get pregnant too, but it didn't happen. I slept with so many boys, men. My body refused. I think my period stopped because hers had. I was pretty ill. I mean, how could we stay the same now? I felt like Hannah had really fucked things up. Set us down separate paths. We had become different.
We had become different. So, like, talked about the SCD. Okay, just twice. Different. 8 entries. What about just become as... Yeah.
I don't know if anyone really changes. You just become more yourself. Simon was my prince, and that hasn't changed. I wanted to see my reflection. I thought that if I touched her, something would happen. We would become one. One girl. The fairy tale was over, the witch was dead, and I'd be restored to my rightful place.
Oh. What about witch? Nope. Reflection? Ooh, yeah, reflection.
Yes. The first time we saw each other, it was strange. We both realised at the same moment, I think. We must have seen each other before, but there was this instant when we first realised it wasn't a reflection. The reflection was staring back. I think I was 5. It was my birthday. My reflection was wearing a party hat and waving. I knew what party hats were from books. And it suddenly occurred to me, today must be my birthday. I waved back and we just spent ages waving at each other and copying each other's movements. Mother wanted me to grow my hair long, but I kept cutting it myself. I wanted to look like my reflection. She always had short hair when she was little. Mother would hide the scissors, but I would find a way. Cut it with a bread knife, something like that. My reflection would always leave her house and go on adventures, but I never could. Mother taught me at home, and I had books and TV. Oh, TV was magical, but it was only on when it wanted to be, so I spent a lot of time reading books.
Right. So I wonder, like, what triggered this to happen? I do love that as soon as I was complaining about, like, not really having any drive pushing us forward, it's like, oh, here's chit chat. So I wonder if, like, if we fill one full row, something will happen. Like, yeah, what is going on with this guitar?
No, Simon didn't play guitar. He wasn't very musical. He liked to listen, but he was tone deaf. Yes. Yeah, it's my guitar. You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay? Probably needs tuning. No. It's okay. How about a traditional ballad? Should be right up your street. Sisters came walking by the sea. Oh, the wind and the rain. The eldest one pushed the other one in. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. See, they both had a love for the captain's son. Oh, the wind and the rain, but he only cared for the youngest one. Oh, the dreadful wind. Oh, the eldest envied her sister fair. Oh, the wind and the rain, with a pretty little face and her long blonde hair. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. So she pushed her in and held her down. Oh, the wind and the rain watched her as she slowly drowned. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Oh, she floated up and she floated down. Oh, the wind and the rain floated till a ship came by. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Out comes the captain's son. Oh, the wind and the rain. Father dear, here swims and swans. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And then it gets really weird, so I think that's a good place to stop.
What? So, okay, I'm gonna nerd out for a second here, just because I can. One of the things that I find wild about British music, in particular British like folk songs, is that they have like such a wild sense of like meter. So there's oh gosh, what is his name? There is this I want to say oh man, what is his name? It's like Richard Dawson or something, but I don't think it's Richard Dawson. Yeah, it is Richard Dawson. Okay. Yeah, so there's this British like modern folk musician Richard Dawson that does these like super British inflected like folk and rock and things like that, but like it's very traditional focused, and it's just like one of the things that blew my mind about the way that he played and like learning about the traditional folk songs in general is that they had these really weird meters and really weird ways of playing with those meters, and like, oh okay, this verse is just like one line longer for some reason and what have you, and it's just like, yeah, we'll just deal with it, like that's just how the song is. But all that to say, let's go down this path a little bit, see what else is there.
I guess you could call it that, but we were both happy to get married. It was a beautiful wedding. We had our first dance to Come Back and Stay. I'm not sure if that's a good wedding song, but I loved it. I chose it. I mean, it was genuinely our first dance. We'd never danced together before. It was probably awful to watch, but I enjoyed it. It felt like it was just me and Simon for that moment. Just the two of us.
Interesting. So I'm trying to think what next we have to like find. And I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe fight? No. What about the bruise? Yeah, there's more here. Okay.
Bruise? Oh yeah, no, it's nothing. I was going through the top cupboard in my kitchen and the chair slipped and I kind of hit the door with my face. I mean, it hurt like hell. If one of us got hurt, the other one would have to be hurt too. A grazed knee, a bruise. When I lost my tooth first, we had to pull our harness to match. Once, I slept with a boy who was seeing another girl. The girlfriend came up to Hannah the next day and punched her in the face, gave her a huge black eye. That night, she had to do the same to me. But she almost went too far. I couldn't see out of that eye for days. She snapped a frozen piece up for me from the kitchen. So much of our bodies was synchronised anyway. We started our period on the same day, all our childhood diseases, stomach bugs, nits. think it was that time, the first time at the house, in his bed, that I got pregnant. Amazing, right? This fucking magic sperm. And they say lightning doesn't strike twice. I didn't tell him. I missed 3 periods. I had pretty irregular periods anyway, but 3. I had always thought we were infertile. Both of us. I didn't tell him. Just waited. Hannah and I were meeting for our birthday, and I told her because I thought she would be happy for us both. I think she was.
So I don't know what that... I don't know what that achievement was for. Detective Sergeant. Oh. 50% of the database accessed. I've gotten through half of the things. I need to sit and think for a bit here. I mean, I'm still not... I'm struggling because I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. But I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by this story. I mean, I think I've got the big reveal sort of figured out, which is that they're different people or something. But I mean, they have to be different people. The tattoo is different. And like another thing that I want to check out, actually. All right, before I take my break, let me check this out a little bit. So like, in the guitar is probably not the best time because it's all moving around.
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted. The streets were empty. I was driving badly. And I hit a taxi.
Yeah, so, okay.
Not a big crash, just paintwork.
So this only takes place, this only takes place over the course of a couple of days. So her nails are white. White.
If one of us got hurt.
Okay, her nails are white.
You want me to pick?
Are her nails white or black in this? No, they're white. Okay. But like the tattoo, okay, so if they had always tried to be the same person, then the tattoo breaks some kind of rule. All right. I'm gonna take my standard union break, and think about this, and think a little bit more. What words can I look up? Let's just test these two things. sure. Unless it's... Oh, so it'd be yes, I was there. Alright, that's a good place to start. So I'm gonna take my 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much for hanging out. If you're hanging out, feel free to pop in chat. I love people saying hi. Alright, see you in 10.
Really? Okay. Here's the rest. Oh, they laid a body on the dock to dry. Oh, the wind and the rain, till a fiddler with a fiddle came walking by. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made a fiddle bow of her long hair. Oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, he made a fiddle bow of her long blonde hair. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made fiddle pegs of her finger bows. Oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, he made fiddle pegs from her finger bows. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Oh, the wind and rain. The sound could pierce a heart of stone. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. But the only tune that the fiddle could play was oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, the only tune that the fiddle could play was oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Anything you sing may be used as evidence against you.
Okay. Just got back. So yeah. So I figured out a few things while we were on break, because why not use the time? So I did get the name of the actress, which is, I think she needs like all of the credit. It's one of those things where like I just think, yeah, I mean she is the main thing. So it's Viva Seifert. Apparently she's also in a band, which explains why she can play guitar. I also figured out that it doesn't tell you anything. So there's no like wing condition or anything like that. So that's cool. And I also figured out that you use single quotes, not double quotes. But using the README that's here, it says, oh yes, use inverted commas to search for an exact match against the entire statement. For example, yes, I was there. So I just searched that, and we got some things. So let's check it out.
Let me see. Yes. I drove in here because I remember, well, I went over the river. And then there was a church there. Yeah. And I probably parked. Well, I remember seeing a street sign called Princess Street. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it must be this one. There.
So that must be when she was in Glasgow.
Yes. I thought about telling Hannah. I felt guilty after the kiss. But then it began to feel like this was the way it should be. Share it, like we had before. He never mentioned her to me. There was the Simon with me and the Simon with her. It was almost like it was a different Simon. But
Okay.
yeah, when I was at school, I worked part-time in the front shop. It was sort of an extended family thing. My dad used to work there, my mum worked there before I was born. I took care of paperwork, filing, typing out invoices, that kind of thing. It was a good job for a girl back then. I didn't work a till or anything though. I was quite shy, so I wouldn't have liked to have worked a till.
I mean, one of the things that I'm going to keep coming back to this, like the snippets that are just not meaningful are so interesting. Yeah, so what about more at the beach? Yeah, more at the beach.
Nothing else happened that night. We talked, then I said goodbye. Then next week I was singing the bar again, and there he was. And again the next week, he offered to buy me a meal. I told him I had already eaten, and so we got chips and ate them on the beach instead. When we said goodbye, he asked me to kiss him. Romantic. Okay, You got me. I'll confess. We were there. It was a dirty weekend. Simon was going to expense it, pretend it was a business trip. I used a made-up name. We stayed at the hotel, had room service, didn't leave the room, had a great view of the river, and you could hear the church bells. Like you said, it was very romantic. It was supposed to be a secret. Just because Simon is dead doesn't mean I have to give up all his secrets. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to Simon. No one murdered my husband because he cheated his expenses for a romantic weekend in Oxford. Mum and Dad never knew what was going on and got so good at it. We were so in sync that we'd use each other to cheat. If one of us had a hangover, the other one would go to school. Whoever was best at a subject would sit the exam. There were lots of differences between us. Some things one is better than the other at.
This is, I mean, every time I'm like just thinking of little things. So I wonder, what about differences? Nope. Okay, nothing new. What about singing? Okay, we've seen all that. So, I mean, we have the basic story. I mean...
What did your wife do? She didn't kill you. You think I killed Simon because he was having an affair? Well, I didn't kill him. I wasn't even there. I was in Glasgow worrying about whether my baby was still growing inside me. I mean, why would I kill Simon? I loved him.
I mean, that tattoo is still... Yeah, but we watched all the tattoo ones. Ooh, bunch of new ones for husband.
I haven't been into work. I guess I've just been waiting, ready to hear from you, hear from my husband. When you suspect someone of murdering their husband. She's crying, I guess. She's sad because she thought she saw her husband with another woman. But it's okay, because she finds out it wasn't her husband, it was his brother. And so it's fine.
So I'm wondering, like, maybe it's photos? Enter and enter, not the same. No. I mean, no, nothing there.
It happened very quickly. We hardly had to talk to each other. We agreed almost silently. The baby was what mattered. We'd help each other. We cleaned up. We bagged up the broken mirror, her clothes. They're gone. We took him down to the cellar. We knew we had an alibi, and we wanted the body to be found later. We wanted to have suspicion on us so we could then disprove it rather than have it linger. Better to keep the body in the house than risk being seen with it. The watch, that was my touch, to make sure the alibi stuck.
So she did, I mean, it's clear that I guess Hannah and not Eve. So that's interesting, but Hannah killed her husband accidentally because of an argument over something. Yeah, we did through. Ooh. Nice.
What kind of hairs?
So, I mean, we got one more. Chit chat? No, nothing else from chit chat. SB. So I don't even know if you're even a cop based on that really read me. Because, like, why would you need a Freedom of Information form to get guest access? Well, just searching nothing, you can get something, so that's cool. What is this?
Mobile phone? Yeah. Well, they have one for the Glaziers, but it's only for work. I can't remember the number. It's in the kitchen. I saw it plugged into its charging cradle.
Interesting. So let's try the Glaziers. We've heard that a few times. Heck yeah, we got 3 more.
I did. Well, we met when we were 17, both working at the Glaziers. We couldn't afford our own place. Simon dropped out of school, went full-time at the Glaziers. That was Eric's generosity. We moved in with his mum and dad. They had a spare room for us and the baby, if it came. It was a nice change, time to myself, living there for those months, full of hope. No, everyone loved Simon. He's a glazier, he doesn't have much money. I don't know. I don't know. Sure. do all the bills and paperwork and handle all the money stuff, so it should be easy for me to find. Do you want them dropped off to you? If you put me on You've Been Framed, I want the money.
So she uses the word framed a bit. Well, maybe not. Okay. Let's try guilty. Every time that she said guilty, we've got that. Just kind of want to fill an entire row here. And we're really close, I guess. Okay, so we've got more from this lie detector.
I can take this stuff off now. Did I prove I'm innocent?
Aha, yes.
Yes. I'll take a lie detector test. I've never taken a lie detector test before. Does it really work? My name. That was the only question I failed. Your lie detector works. I would have been a good mother. I was young, but I would have been a good mother. She was a girl, by the way, the baby. We were going to call her Sarah. Simon wanted to call her Ava after his nana, but I didn't want her to have a symmetrical name.
So I wonder... What about blood? Ooh, yeah.
Okay. I've given blood before. Do you need to take that for your records?
Interesting.
Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. The blood. It's probably the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Well, fine, considering. I got back into the house today, and that was weird, knowing your people have been there through my things. It's like I've been burgled. I mean, worse, obviously. I don't know. I haven't lived in the cellar yet. They sent a cleaner in. As good as new, he said. But they had to throw some stuff out. Couldn't get the blood out. And I'm still waiting to hear from the coroner so we can get a date set for the funeral. It's going to be a cremation. So
the coffee thing, like, because she, I'm still struggling to figure out who's Hannah and who's Eve, but the fact that one of them likes black coffee and the other one likes cream and sugar, it's like such a little thing.
Him. She had my wig on. And she'd been there all day. And she had blood on her She was in shock.
So I don't think, well, I guess maybe we did. I thought we didn't search cellar, but we have only 4 entries and we've seen them all. Okay. Ah, we're so close to filling some of these rows out. We did blood. What about more shock stuff? Hey, shock.
Yes. It was a shock to him. I mean, we never thought it was possible. I don't know what he... I mean, I hadn't decided whether to keep the baby. I wasn't really ready to talk to him about it.
I mean, anything more about this baby? Yeah, we got more stuff about the baby.
We spent the wedding night in a hotel in Brighton. It would have been too much to do more. We were saving for the baby. It was wonderful to be in a hotel, away from home, just alone together. Since then, we've always tried to get away for our holiday. No, I lost the baby. I had a miscarriage at 8 months. We carried on living at Simon's parents until, well, it was only a few months after.
So I'm definitely struggling with a lot of the timeline stuff here, with like when they were pregnant, when they weren't, which of the 2 sisters was pregnant at the time. And I feel like that's part of like the struggle. I'm just not sure. I don't know. But yeah, I think my goal is definitely to fill out at least one of these rows, if not a couple, and then call it. Especially if the point of the game isn't to like get anything, it's just experience the narrative. Which I think, I think that's such a wild goal. Like, there's no quiz, there's no like, what did you find? I'm curious more about this chit chat thing. I'm wondering if that's just, all right, you hit a certain number of videos watched and it gives you a little bit more. If it's just that one time, like there's nothing I can type here. So it's like, what exactly am I trying to do? I'm so interested in what it might be that would get me kind of close. So, all right. Visa, no, that's done. Maybe debt? What do we already did cheat. What about affair? Ooh, alright.
An affair. Simon wasn't having an affair.
Yeah, because you knew about it.
You're reaching here. Oh, I don't know why. No, I've never cheated on anyone. I've never taken anything from anyone. Simon's dead. But I have my baby to care for. Why are you trying to make me sad? Why are you so obsessed with sex and affairs? You cheated on your wife. Is this your thing?
Yo. I mean, it's so wild. So, all right. Well, if we get banned for a good game.
You're going to ask me about my sex life? I mean, isn't that private?
It is, but you and your...
Are you married? How is your sex life?
I love how indignant she is. This is great.
So, our sex life is probably fairly average for a couple after 10 years of marriage.
All right, yeah.
No, you're talking to the wrong person if you think I'm some kind of slut. If you think I'm the kind of person that would have had sex with all those guys.
Yeah, talking to the wrong person. Why? Because it was your evil sister. Except you were the one who killed him. Alright, well that was fun.
I left the next day, Saturday. I slept for a few hours in the car. And when I woke up, I came straight back. Simon wasn't returning my calls and I wanted to try and make up. I got back to the house and Simon wasn't there. And I... Excuse me. Is there a bin?
Oh, poor girl.
Yeah. I pulled over and slept in the car. This was just by the side of the road. I was exhausted. I didn't. I slept in the car. I left about 9 that night. I wasn't there.
Yeah, so Hannah was there because Hannah can actually drive well. Eve left. So I'm pretty sure Eve is actually pregnant. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I'm just gonna try some like random words and see what pops in. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds weird. I'm not great at making up stories.
One of the things that I think is really interesting is how much they both lie.
When you've been married for 10 years, stuff accumulates. We could argue about anything. And he's so nice. That doesn't help. He tries to smooth things over and that just makes it worse. We're both passive aggressive, so we never normally argue directly about anything.
So I tried argument before. Nope, argue is just it. I mean, this is just, at this point, completionism. Because, I mean, I must have gotten more than 2/3 of them. Yeah, so, I mean, this is just completionism at this point. And one of the things that I struggle with text adventures is that in a lot of cases it is like playing the game is completionism. Like, you have to 100% it in order to get to the end. And at least this, I'm pretty comfortable with. Like, there is no end, so don't worry about it, which I find kind of freeing. Yeah, I'm looking at the achievements just to make sure. There's 75% of the database accessed. I think that's a good target. So I've got to be pretty close. I mean, plus I've got 8 minutes until it's tomorrow, which is also really great. This was a really, really cool game to spend a night playing. I'm like really intrigued by this. It was sort of like watching a movie in pieces. But okay. Did I search police? I did. Do they use the word basement? No. They just use the word cellar. What about clean? Yeah.
Then she told me she wanted to help more. She said I should move in with her. She would come clean with Simon about me. I was family. I couldn't have a baby in a bedsit. I told her I didn't want to tell Simon. Told her to wait for the time being.
So, wait. Nope. Told? Yeah. Just like incrementally getting one more.
I mean, I was infertile. Thought I was. They told me I was infertile after the miscarriage because of complications.
I mean, when did she get the tattoo? So I'm just kind of trying some things. I just, I just want to see what it's supposed to be, you know? Where are we on refresh? Still not a full row. We're 3 away on 1. Okay. Got a few more here, just by trying to combine
He was
words.
as shy as me. I asked a friend to ask him out for me. We had our first date at the Odeon in North End. We went to see Risky Business. I had on my one best dress. Simon paid. He bought me a whisper, and I was worried about getting chocolate on my teeth. No. I mean, everyone loves Simon. He was so nice to everyone. He loves me.
So there's a word we haven't looked up. Yeah.
Thanks. Please find Simon. I love him so much.
So she already knows that he's dead before all this.
Cute. You must love them very much. What ages are they?
Oh, that's so interesting. So I'm going to look at this query history, see if there's anything that jogs my memory. Got the taxi, got the attic. Could just keep going back to I could do yes. Yeah, why don't I combine yes with some words? Let's try yes, Simon. No. Yes, he. Yes, they. Yes, I. Here we go.
Yes, that's my birthday. Not one of the big ones, but I guess you can see that.
What about birthday? Did I search that already? I could just look. I did not, because there's one more.
Well, a week or so ago. It would have been the Saturday before my birthday. You know, I get like that on the weekends, have a lie-in, then want to get up and blitz the house.
Yeah, so cleaning is like this weird thing for them. Said Hoover like 4 times in that one clip. Nope, nothing about the weekend, Saturday. There's a new one.
It was late, early Saturday morning.
Let's see, night. Yeah, night.
I wasn't in the house all of Friday night. After the argument, after Simon left, I left too. I was upset and I wanted to get away. So I took the car.
So let's try Friday. Nope, nothing new there. Just try every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The days of the week. I don't know how I missed this one.
I mean, what if they were crazy? You hear about these crazy people all the time. I mean, why would anyone who knew Simon want to kill him?
Well, it's because they didn't want to kill him. It was an accident. Yeah, why not say the word accident? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, more ones.
When she went home, Simon had a birthday tea waiting. Afterwards, she told Simon about me, told him I was pregnant. She wanted me to move in with them, this sister he didn't know she had. She knew that instant. The look on his face. She knew.
I'm sorry, she knew? What about face? What about look? What about... see? No. What about... tea? I mean, they're British. There we go. We got a bunch of stuff about tea.
Could I have a cup of tea? A cup of tea would be good, thanks. Just 1 sugar.
If this is all just saying...
Maybe a fresh cup of tea?
Please just all be asking for tea.
Okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I parked down the end of the road. I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door. No answer. I took my keys out of my bag, unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. I could tell because the key wouldn't turn when I tried to turn it to the left. I walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes on the shoe rack. I shouted out for him. I walked straight into the kitchen. He usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper. He wasn't there. I touched the kettle. It was cold. I looked quickly into the living room. Nothing. I walked upstairs to the bedroom. He wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. Then I had a shower. Whilst I was in the shower, the phone rang. I think it was Eric, his boss. I didn't answer it. Then I came out and I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, but I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. I spoke to him. Then I called Simon's parents. And then I decided to come and see you. That enough?
So what's cool is that was like exactly the same sort of walkthrough. There's a couple more words that I'm thinking about. Maybe I've already thought about them. Nope. Excellent.
He has a wallet, a huge, silly thing, leather, real leather, I think. He packs it full of stuff, business cards, receipts, lottery tickets. He always carries it in his back pocket. I think that's why he's got a bad back. He sets the discs. I haven't seen it, so he must have it on him. He always takes it out of his back pocket before, when he comes in, if he's in the house.
Interesting. So maybe more about the wallet would be something to think about.
I wasn't in the house.
Nope, that's it. Okay. We were so close. We gotta find one of these. So, I mean, yeah, we did silver already. Okay. No, now I'm just repeating ones that we've done. Yeah. Just looking for random words.
We got married when I was 17.
Let's just look for some random filler words. Yeah, there we go.
God, I don't know. Could be anyone. Maybe someone followed him back from the pub. But why would he let them in? Doesn't make sense. No, no cat. My parents had a cat before they died called Domino. It was this little black thing with white dots. And we never did anything about the cat flap, but...
Oh yeah, the cat flap!
You could maybe squeeze through it.
Yeah, alright, let's look at this cat flap.
No, they were shut. Most of the windows were really hard to open anyway. They're stifling in summer. They were painted over by my dad. Could have left a door open accidentally. Or there's a cat flap in the back door.
So what about cat stuff in general? Hey, 2 more.
When we weren't together, we'd send secret messages by tapping out a code that we'd learned from a book. The knock code. Something prisoners of war would use. We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor. Dad thought we had mice, but they couldn't find any. Bought a cat anyway. We loved our cat, Domino. He had this little bell around his neck to stop him from killing birds in the garden. And we used to write each other notes and put them in the bell, and we could send them to each other. Mum found some of the notes once, and she thought I was just writing to myself because our handwriting was identical. And we had our own words for things, so she didn't quite understand them anyway.
So what was that cat's name? Domino? Nope, that's it. I mean, notes? Nope. Well, probably there is one in there. Tapping. 'Cause it was interesting. It was interesting, like, when there was one where one of the clips, she was kind of like melting down, and so maybe there was some kind of code? Nope. What about a guess? Yeah, there's a guess.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm quite a private person and I didn't want to get into the detail of the argument.
So I'm just trying more words. Hey, we're back. We got her in the power suit.
Suicide? No. I mean, he would never do anything like that. He is not the kind of person to do anything like that. I mean, to hurt himself? No.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait. I just got... That might have been the 75.
On his way home. He could be hurt. I mean, why hasn't he phoned? I don't know.
So yeah, so that was the magic 75 that I was looking for. So let's see what this last one is.
Yes. But everyone thinks that from time to time, right? You just want to lash out.
So I still kind of want to fill out one full row if I can try. So, I mean, what else can we talk about? I mean, we're so close. Style? I mean, let's just see not him. Oh, here we go.
Well, she has a knife. She's been cooking, I guess. She's been cooking him his favourite meal. She's his wife. And he's asleep and she doesn't want to wake him because he's ill. That's why she's sad. Because he's ill and he might die. It's kind of a sad story, so I'm not sure how it ends.
So, like, all these pictures, I wonder if those are the pictures from the book, the, like, fairy tale book. Here we go.
Simon was very moral about that sort of thing. He wouldn't just walk out there and sleep with anyone. He wasn't that kind of guy. He took his marriage very seriously.
Maybe marriage.
After the kiss, the next time, he took me back to the house, to our parents' house, to their house. So, it was definitely him. I sometimes think he wanted to get caught to prove to himself that we were different people. He told me about his marriage, told me how his wife was completely different to me. I almost burst out laughing.
Okay. Well, I think we've gotten 75%. that was my main goal. Filling out the whole row, that's not necessarily necessary. We've gotten the whole story. From what I can tell, and these are two unreliable narrators, we have two people who were separated at birth. Eventually, the person went up into the attic and somehow was hiding in her birth sister's attic, replacing her every so often. And then her birth sister met Simon, and they had always shared everything, but this was different. And then she was there for the actual murder, where she hit Simon with the mirror. And so she hit Simon with the mirror. She accidentally slit his throat. Then Eve, the bad driver, went and drove up to Dublin. No, I'm sorry, Glasgow. And then hit a car, had to go to the hospital. That's why the hospital didn't have Hannah's information. They had someone else's. She drove back. And then they dealt with everything. That's what I'm understanding. I do think that there's something weird going on well, obviously. I think there's a lot weird going on. But I think we've gotten the main story. I'm not a completionist, and I like the idea that there's all this ambiguity. So this was really, really cool. This was one of the most interesting, like, narrative experiences. And again, like, I always come back to, like, hypertext when it comes to this stuff. And this is, like, quite literally, you know, sort of like Vannevar Bush's Memex. Like, all these things are tagged. They're tagged, you know, infinitely, almost. And yeah. And so I just find all of that super, super cool and super, super interesting. I don't really know. I feel like it is definitely weaker for not being a full game. I was reading some of the reviews while we were on break, and it's like, yeah, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, what is a win condition? And, like, yeah, you can be all philosophical about it, but I would argue that this isn't a game. This is just a narrative. And that's okay. That's really, really cool, and I think a really cool use of the medium. But I would have liked something like, I just finished Hypnospace Outlaw, and that's a linear narrative. But at least you felt like you were driving that narrative instead of just, like, passively viewing it because of, like, the way that the you got information felt like time was passing. Like this chit chat, like what I keep clicking it and like trying to do something with it, and it's just not. I'm like, what was this? Like, who even is SB? Do we get any kind of information there? And I get that the point isn't to know, but it's interesting. It's interesting. So I'm going to click a button that I feel a little uncomfortable by, which is quit this logic session. And I'm going to hit quit. Oh, and it just turns it off. Okay. Well, what happens if we hit continue? We go right back. All right. Well, super interesting narrative experience. I'm gonna say that we accomplished a lot by playing it. I'm really excited about the whole thing. I'm gonna try more and more to do some FMV Fridays. Gonna play mostly narrative games still. Trying to figure out exactly what I mean by an FMV narrative game. But it probably means I'm never going to play Dark Forces, which is kind of sad. But yeah, this was really cool. We're going to go raid Maruni, who's playing a point and click. And she does some interesting stuff. I really love, like, she's playing Moop and Dreadlock, I think is what that says. So yeah, have a great Friday, have a great weekend, and yeah, don't forget to X yourself. Doodles. If you are watching and in chat, drop a Zizzy in chat. XY ZZY Zizzy when we raid. All right, thanks y'all.
You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay. Probably needs tuning. No. It's okay. How about a traditional ballad? Should be right up your street. Sisters came walking by the sea.